And hello everyone, so today is not Resident Evil but Parasite Eve. As I said before, I did request this game, so actually I must play it myself to recall all the events, how to play it, etc. And last time I played it like 20 years ago, same as usual. Well, same as every single PlayStation 1 game. Okay, let's turn off the music, full boot, load, disc 1. I did set up the screen to actually I stretch it, so it should be with everything here. There should not be any black strings. Should not, but there's some. Maybe in games there will be none, or just one single pixel. Anyways, the whole screen will be visible and almost filled the whole screen. Now wait. So, Square Electronic Arts. Wait a second. Is it related to Electronic Arts? Didn't know about this. Hello, Tidro. Yeah. Parasite Eve. I'll play only the first game, and after this we'll continue Resident Evil. And let me check the sound on Steam. So, test. It's working. It was a beer. Resonance. So, despite that this game is some kind of RPG, I had never known that it's RPG. I was playing it like some other Resident Evil game. It might be was the first RPG in my life that I played. Still, it's not a true one. Just some action. Selection. Oh yeah, that's two ending and I must finish it with two endings, so we'll be playing it twice, not once. There's tons and tons of spoilers here. Grind? I'm not going to grind at all. By the way, I forgot to delete the system save, but it doesn't really matter. So just say continue despite that there is no actually save. So, I usually not grinding at all at any RPG, with few exceptions when it's simply not possible to finish it without grinding, like in Dragon Quest, the first one. Let's say tutorial. Don't even remember that there was tutorial. How to use controller? Let's see. It's not DualShock. Well, analog is available by default as I can see. So, it should support it. Full screen moved by character select message. So, this button should not work. New screen. No, it's not possible to work. Okay, here it is. DualShock. So this one is on my control. Move the character. Select the message. Rally on the field screen. Select an item, weapon armor. Move the left stick a little to work and a lot to run. So USB. Fast restart. Oh, it's actually not restart but resume the game. Open the menu. Dock. treasure boxes, activate switches. Okay, skip a command. What? Close, cancel, cancel. To use analog mode, press the analog mode switch, obviously. Well, I believe on emulator it looked much better than this. About icons. By the way, yeah, D-pad is not working at all with analog on. Displays all the items you have. Why do we need all of this? Oh, PE icon displays Parasite energy, usable at your current level. Select the PE with the direction button or left stick to use it. PE indicates that PE gauge is insufficient or PE cannot be used at the location. Don't even remember why do you need to use PE. In the second game, I remember you can heal, use some attacks, but here... Okay, information on all weapons in your inventory and your additional text. Okay. Armor. Information on armor. That's understandable. System. I think that's kinda obvious. Tune up. If you remove an added effect from a weapon or armor, that equipment will What? Why equipment will disappear? I didn't get it. Right, the number of added effects that can be attached to a piece of equipment is determined by the number of slots on that equipment. You can increase the number of slots by getting your equipment modified. Okay, BP. Bonus point. 1 BP counts as 1 point and can be divided up between parameters and item capacity. The more damage taken during battle, the less BP you will receive. Had never ever know about this. So you should not get any damage to get BP? Very strange. About the battle screen. When you enter battle, the AT, HP and PE gauges are displayed. Avoid enemy attacks using your direction button or left stick until the AT gauge fills up. The key is to keep enough distance to avoid being hit, but stay close enough to attack when your AT gauge is full. When the AT gauge is full, press the X button to get into the attack mode. You're more likely to miss if the enemy is outside the green hit range zone. You can select which enemy to attack by moving the red target mark to the left or right using the direction button left stick. Okay. When the AT gauge is full, you can also use an item. Open the menu screen with the trigger button and select the item icon. Select an item, okay, it's kinda obvious. The mitochondria inside Iron's body. Wait a second, they actually spoiling the plot in the manual. Give you special powers called Parasite Energy or PE. To use your PE, open the menu screen. With the trigger button, select the PE you want to use, press X. Depending on the PE gauge condition, some PE powers may not be usable. When you encounter an enemy, you can avoid battle by opening the menu screen and selecting the escape command. If successful, battle will end and you will not receive experience points or bonus points. Battle resume if unsuccessful. Okay, the game is over. If IS HP reaches 0 during battle, you will need to use medicine items and some PE powers wisely in order to restore your HP. So by saving your game at various save points in the game field, you can start from where you left off after the game is over. You like that? Wait a second. Players lost the manuals, but in my childhood there were no physical manuals in games at all, so pirates didn't put them in. There was just like graphic on the front, on the back, and nothing else. No manual at all. Had never known that there were manuals for any games. I had NES, PlayStation, PlayStation 2, no manuals at all. And how to save? Same for this game, and I don't remember that I was reading this. Maybe pirates removed it? You can save game data. by using the phones as a game field. Move in front of the phone, okay. It's kinda obvious. Several types of phones. And that's all? You're up on physical copies of instruction manuals. You're lucky. I remember I was playing Metal Gear Solid. So there was once uh key event when you must call someone via on the radio and you don't know frequency because frequency is on the box and on my box obviously there was no frequency at all. So simply guess it. I was checking every single one. Whew. I think that you're supposed to play this game only on Christmas Eve and being in New York. And by the way, I didn't read the novel. And there was a movie as well, I think, before this game. So was it in New York? Some other city in Japan? Demon Disc? You're super lucky, I must say. Limousine? And yes, there's no voiceovers, isn't it? So must read every single text. There will be tons of reading. What's wrong? You're the one who wanted to come to the opera. It's music, huh? Brea, age 25, occupation New York Police Department officer. So just send. It's kinda no using stick to move around. Simply bad. I do know, just you're right. I'll try to have more fun. Aren't you glad you decided to go out with me? Wait a second, there's no even name of this man. I even had my dad get the best seats for us tonight. So lighten up. You're gonna have a great time, you'll see. And this is run, it's so slow. Wait a second, let me check the part. It's totally the same. So menu is available from the very beginning. Now one next level 3 points. Let's see. I already have the weapon equipped or not? Reload. Move. Don't remember anything. How should I equip weapon? What is F? Full? Medicine is any information about the medicine. Wait a second, there's no information about the items, no description. How's it possible? It's on top. There's description. I didn't notice it's on top. 45 HP. But great, melee weapon. How to equip it? Maybe here. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I noticed it. Now, and X2 multiplier means that there will be 2 bullets, and the less, the better, if I remember. Not the opposite. Defense speed energy critical. Sound stereo. Cursor memory, I think. Window, default position, no need to change it. And sort, weapon, the armor item, okay. Can't leave the screen. Doorman, please take your seats, the show's about to start. About to start. Enjoy the show. Club 1 has a lower range, allows you to attack quicker. Amazing. There's this menu. Well, we'll check it later. And come on, you'll better go inside. So it's not possible to leave the screen. You know this. What the heck is this? Ah! It's in front of me. And so what? Let's get to our seats. They've already started the first act. Already? Father, please give me permission to marry Eva? Opera without voices. I forbid it. We know well what will happen if you do. Souls who succumb to her beauty all die in horrible ways. You don't understand. She is the one that has suffered after death. She's evil. Resident Evil. Guards, rob her. And burn her at the stake. Very nice animation, but I barely can see them. Awesome. If you sentencing her to death, then I ask you to take my life along with her. Edward. Well, definitely not 7. I remember how bad were 3D models and so on. Here's a beta, but the resolution of this game is very low. But that's okay. She's not singing anymore. Okay, what was the point for her to kill all of them right now? There. Hello, Spark. Mods for Resident Evil 3? From this game? That would be very funny. So gameplay is totally the same, just different background. Actually, it would be interesting to see the gameplay of this game in Resident Evil games. Jesus, I don't wanna... Oh my god, Oh, get out of here, no! Oh my god. Okay. By the way, it's same time. 6 minutes already in the game. I can leave? I can leave this? Seriously, I can just leave and it'll be game over or what? Might have been Parasite Eve 2 backgrounds. Yes, Parasite Eve 2 is actually a real Resident Evil clone. No, I cannot leave it. Especially with all these stun controls. And the third game I didn't play at all. Let me save? There was a phone somewhere? I don't think that I will need to use it. That sounds right. For me, she's actually moving her legs faster than she's running. Not? By the way, the stereo sound, I can hear it. Can I simply ignore her? Look at this. I doubt that there's some secret items here. No, it's very strange. Hey, wait a second, she's actually levitating in the air, as I can see. Freeze! New York Police Department. You're the only one who seems to be fine. What? You should be awakening soon. What are you talking about? Listen, your cells are trying to communicate. They're calling out. They're trying to attack me? My god! What was this? It was a script. What happened? My body, it's getting hot. Just as I thought. What is this? What do you do to me? Oh, I see. When I close there, it will be greater damage. Up to critical. And the yellow one is critical. Our bodies are communicating with each other. What? Communicating what? What do you want? The more you use that power, the more you will become like me. Power? What power? Who are you? Eve. Christmas Eve. Eve? I'm surprised you don't know me, Aya. You should know me well. What? Secret experiments? Huh? What is this? It's Umbrella Lab, for sure. What was it? No answer. Wait, where are you going? I'm not through with you yet. She went to the left, let's go to the right. No? It's possible to go to the right, look at this. No. What if I return now to the entrance? Is it possible? Maybe not. Santa Claus took his eyes out, he would found anything like this under the Christmas tree. No, it's possible to exit. Or maybe not. Depends what it... Yeah, I can exit. Let's go out. Is it some kind of famous New York opera? I was in New York, but had never entered any building. I think. There's still nobody outside. There's no phone, so I don't think it's possible to save. Just wasting my time going there. Okay, let's follow her. And by the way, look at this. Her hair is super teeny, and I remember that in Parasite Eve too. Well, in cutscenes she's still teeny, but in the game, she's super fat. I don't know why. Maybe because of the aspect ratio? But I tried. She even said nothing about these bodies. I know she's down there. Wait a second, now we can go out. Sounds like my backups arrived. So, let's select forget it. Oh, wait a second, there's some box here. That's right. Medicine. Why is this no music? What can I set? PE. Heal 1, restores 30 HP. I really don't like that on DualShock you can select only between stick and D-pad. Why not use both of them? It's very strange. Actually, I'm doing backtracking several times. There's nothing in this body. And nothing here. Where's my backup? They arrived. Wait, I'm a cop. I'm with New York Police Department. Wait a second, how should you say it? NYPD? NYPD. What? Hold on, I'm going to take out my badge. Don't shoot. For what? And so what? Paramedic. By the way, I remember I saw word paramedic and I thought that it's medic of some paramount activity, paranormal or something. I had never heard about this word before. That's related to something real. So it was like in-game lore or something. I wonder if it's that thing called spontaneous combustion. Who knows, huh? You think we'll be on TV? Hope this becomes a TV movie or something. Let me patch you up. Yeah, Parasite Eve movie already was released. She. Wait a second. She was healed? It's free healing. They didn't need it at all. What about police? Any bullets from you? Hey, why don't you have any injuries? Don't ask me, that's something I wanna know. Everyone's gotten burnt. A lot of them probably won't make it. And what about you? Hey, I've got the same gun. I've got bullets for that if you want. Nice. More bullets? How many bullets can I get? What? Sorry, but I'm out, and I can't give you the ones I have in my gun. You tell us the same. And you as well. Alright, I got more bullets. Isn't it? How to load them? Wait a second, how to load something? Ah, reload. And so what? Ah, I must select how many. Alright. It's actually what I was saying before in Resident Evil 4. Why I cannot select how many bullets do I want in my gun? In Hades, you can select the amount of bullets. Just strange that this game is completely silent. Where is the soundtrack? And doesn't matter which way I will go, left or right. It'll be the same next screen. I know she's down there. Jump down. Hey, hold on. It's dangerous here. Should go. And she went. Nice. Said go, it couldn't be. Finally the music started. Let's see, the iron rings on the side. I can use them to climb out? No. I was checking just your shoes. Very huge platform. Is there any map in the game? I think not. Also, you don't need to press X. Check it, what? Yeah, it's locked. Everything is locked, like in Silent Hill. Very nice cutscene. She's on fire. Jesus, did Eve do that the threat? What's going on here? Nothing in these bodies. And so what? It's nothing inside. Medicine. It's moving! Ugh. You're still alive. Hold on, let me call the paramedics. It's impossible to survive this. Melissa? It's actress? She's a monster. I'm trying to talk now. Melissa? Melissa, you mean the main actress? This main actress just said that her name is Eve. Should probably go to Suzanne too. Have to stop her. Please, wake up. Hang in there. No, why Suzanne? Okay. How did you survive? Here, take it. Take everything. It's on the counter. Maybe because he used something on his skin? What? It's very strange. Don't scare me, I'm with NYPD. You're the one that scared me, lady. I was just getting ready. You know, only staff are allowed in here. There was an incident here, you'll have to evacuate. What? You're kidding, right? Hey, I'm not dying here tonight. See ya. He'll die because he left? As I thought. By the way, look at her body. Is it Jingle? Like Lara Croft? Looks like. By the way, look at the mirror. She's not opening anything. Nama? And why are you not opening this one? Fine. Nothing here. Okay, what happened to him? Where is he? Battles are very easy. So we can use bonus points now. How do we use this? Medicine is not stackable. Sad. How to use bonus points? In the manual they said that you can use it somehow. Maybe not here. Actually, it was I who killed him. It's that clown from the dressing room. Is there any new door opened? Nope. Do you need a key for them? Don't remember anything, I played this game years. That was 20 years ago. What the heck was this? Is it Clock Tower reference? But how the hell help? Drop an item here. And obvious, it's not like in Resident Evil. But it's what will happen if I re-enter it? And so what? It was funny. Can you do this again? And better notify the department about what's happening here. Will it affect my rating? Maybe. Wait a second, everything is locked. I already checked everything. But I did check everything. Very strange. How did they get this damage? Actually, the music here was pretty loud during the battle. So everything is closed. There's no key or something. What, I stuck at the very beginning of this game? Did this really happen to me? I don't know what to say. All the doors are locked. There's no key or something. I doubt that I must return back. It can't be. Maybe I must do something with the spirit? Something is wrong. Let's check everything. Well, the only logic that I have is to go through the front, through this door in the front. Do you have any key? Nope. The L1, R1, the buttons doing nothing. Maybe I missed some key? I have no idea. Okay, let's press X everywhere. What was this? Why she was running like this? It's because I'm pressing X button? Sounds like a bug. How to exit this? Oh, seriously? I don't know. I don't know. There's no key or something. It must be a parrot. Oh really? I must go back to the very beginning? This is the last room. Key. What's this game? Theater game. Now it will be a fight with battle, with parrot. And where's the key? Oh, wait a second. It consumes the space. Wait a second. Space now 12, not 10? So depends on my level? What about bonus points? And you must constantly reload, isn't it? Forgot how to reload. In this case, maybe remember the last position of the cursor is bad because by default we will go to the weapon. Maybe. No. Parrot is a key. Very strange. So can I open this door? Yes. As this looks like 3D object on the right, like something that we can open. Or not. I didn't want to exit. One more time. And so what? And dairy? This sound was from Resident Evil. Okay, November 3rd, Monday. The Christmas show is set. This has been my dream. The main actress has a solo concert at the theater in Central Park. I took all that medication to get here. I have to get the lead part. I'll even sell my soul to the devil if I have to. November 17, Monday. The cast was announced and Suzanne and I are double cast. I want to play the part alone, but everyone knows she's good. November 21st, Friday. I think I'm overdoing it. My body is getting hotter than ever for some reason. I better take more medicine. It's this woman, Eve. December 6th, Saturday. I collapsed today. I lost consciousness after my body got hot. Don't care if I die, just want to get through the show. Oh, that's why she is trying to kill Suzanne now. December 10th, Wednesday. I passed out again. He told me to go to the doctor and get some rest. If this continues, Suzanne will definitely take my part. I need to get better. I'll better take a lot of medication tonight. December 11th, Thursday. Suzanne was burned in an apartment fire. Wait a second, so she's already dead? Is it because I wanted the part so bad? God forgive me. So Eve was good until now? Looks like I'll be the lead. December 17th. I better take more medication and work it. December 23rd. Opening night. Everything went smoothly. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. We should have the biggest crowd of the season. And I have the solo concert the next day in the park. But I'm not feeling well. I'll better shape up if I want to get through this. I better take more medication. What? Why is she taking so much? She must have a drug problem. Another key? Rehearse. Why is there some ammunition inside? What about this one? So you can open it. No, you can't. And again is it another part? It's the same. But the door was closed. It's looking at me. Merry Christmas, goodbye? As I thought. This one like... one shot. And she says that I should use PE to get level up for what? Not. Wait a second. So soda, not needed right now, and medicine 45. 45. Problem is that I can use PE at any time and soon I will have no more space in my inventory. Can I sell medicine in the future? I just want to use this PE and see what will happen. Nothing. Just he was consumed. Well, nothing. I was healed, but I thought they will be like level up of my skills. What about this door? was able to avoid this. Let's stand right here. And now have no space. Let's see. Yeah, it's full. So it's better not to use PE, but to use items in my inventory. Essence left here. Replace item with what? Another medicine. So, I must say that they did a better job to merge 3D items inside the 2D background, because in Resident Evil 3 or 2 it was kinda very visible that this item are out of space. Out of place. Can they craft something? Nah. But I know that you cannot return back. Yeah, so we must use tons of medicine, etc. Expected. Instead of B. Why are you not telling me which item it is? Defense +1? What the heck is this? Increase defense power by 1. Well, as there's no party in this game, I can simply use it. Ah, I can use it on my armor. Well, it's better to use on the best armor that you have, instead of use it right now, isn't it? Because this armor will be updated. It's a normal armor. That's odd. This wall looks like it's about to crumble. It's a secret! Why are you going inside? I didn't want to go there. Is it a dead body? And protector. See? Already have another armor. It's much better. Has more slots. But it's still normal armor. So if I use this defense, yeah, I will select one of them. So I don't know, it's better not to use it at all. I don't like the limitation in my inventory. Why? Why should be like the first Final Fantasy? For some Resident Evil. So I think I will wait to use this one. Maybe I can store it in my inventory. There will be a new game plus, so it's better maybe to save it. I don't know. Why you cannot open this one? No, she doesn't want to. But can you sell? Can you sell your normal armor? Let me Google. Can you sell items in this game? I don't know. So, Parasite Eve Can you sell? Then just sell it so it's possible to sell. So I think I'll keep this ammunition for the future. I think all the items must go to the new Game Plus, where they will really be necessary. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Did he just exit? I say, they created very good theme for the whole game. I think it's original, maybe wrong. Oh yeah, I know why actually her dress is on one of her legs. I remember when I was playing Missouri Falls, when someone had such a dress, a long one. You can see that it's two different legs, it's not one. Oh, the music progressed. That's why it's like this. And that's why Eve levitating. It's nice how they use this limitation of PlayStation. Melissa, I'm Eve. I'm getting hot. Nucleic domination has finally come to an end once and for all. What? What? She's already evolving. Oh, it's boss battle. Why didn't save once again? The day for the mitochondria to be free has finally arrived. Same attack? Ah, it's different. What's wrong? Oh my god, it was possible to avoid it. Just need to stay. I cannot do this correctly. Was it sound from Final Fantasy? Maybe it's better to stay close? Yeah, it's better to stay close. Looks like you still need some time, girl. So it's mitochondria talking to me? Until your mitochondria is completely free. Mitochondria? What are you saying? I don't understand you. What? Where is this? Is it the little girl I saw? No, it's... Wesker? The doctor, wait! I'm waiting, so what? If there are two beds, there should be two people. Where did she go? Alejandria, to be free? Where'd she go? Maybe you should save? I jump in. Heavenly Gate? Sound film. Some kind of. Wait a second. Why did you change the camera angle? I was trying to look at this. Yeah. This game was designed for 4x3 aspect ratio, and the true aspect ratio is 8x7, and if you use it, you see everything, like perfect pixels, etc. It will be no good. Oh, I didn't reload! My god. Or maybe I did reload? Parasite power have a load, scan, analyze any HP and weaknesses? The weaknesses? Now showing how much it will consume. A frog? It's still alive. Let's use scan on it. Just for fun. So therefore, sensitive to cold? Well, it's a frog, so yes. Can go very close. Too many level ups. So my childhood, I had never understand this. What is level up? X3. Well, attack is high, but 3 bullets means that 17 will be divided by 3. Before it was like 6 damage per attack, now it will be 5 and a little bit. But range is higher. Number of bullets is totally the same. Oh, I can use 1 bullet from this, and after this switch to this weapon. If it's possible. Why do I need to climb this? You, the little girl I saw the Citra. Are you lost? Wait, little girl, don't go! knowledge. Let's go upstairs. Come on. I don't know, maybe it's higher. Now, damage looks like the same. So really, 3 bullets means less damage. Revive? Wait a second. Restores life when you die? It's like continuing Dino Crisis. Obviously it's better than medicine. Why do I need key? Oh, not possible. I don't need these keys anymore. Why can't I drop them? Possible to discard them here. Ah, that's why my inventory was larger now. I don't quite understand this. Possible discard. Well, I see that there are 2 boxes. Looks like I'm running courses. Okay, let's replace, of course, medicine. Offense +1? I'm seriously not sure if I'm supposed to use it right now. Because there definitely will be better weapons in the future. So why should I upgrade something that I have right now? Well, obviously in my childhood I used them all immediately. I'm just not able to understand what are all these parameters. Wait a second, my weapon is now here. Ah, it's possible to unload weapons. Nice. It's very good. Very good. That's for sure. Wait a second, 19 reads the first message. There's a switch and an emergency phone. Use the phone. So it's kinda Eve. Kinda clever game design, because if it was open, you would never press on the switch, and you would never understand that there's save point as well. Hold it right there. My body's getting hot again. Is ready to take me on just by herself. Well, even if you did have more people with you, they'd just burn, right? Everyone else, but you are... Tell me, why? Why me? Why am I the only one? You'll find it, eventually. Even if you don't understand, don't worry, your mitochondria will, they always know. I'm going to give you some time to think and some time to evolve. But still, I'm not going to change my body. And a day shall arrive when you will awaken. No boss fight? Oh, you'll be like in Terminator, you'll go through it? I will destroy it. No. Technically this means you can change your body whenever you want, not like monsters in Resident Evil. It's a boss fight still! A crocodile? Is it Florida? Louisiana? Texas? Electricity? No, this game is very good. It's kinda obvious. The two dodgers. Can I analyze them? His tail? No, his... Yeah, head and tail. Let's shoot the tail. HP is unknown. Whoa, sensitive to heat. Don't have any heat. What about his head? His head is nothing. I need healing there already. What was this? Why is there so many damage? Okay, so I must destroy his tail. Bastard. So, weapon with one bullet is much better than this. Can it move? Because it's solo? What? You can change your camera? It's kinda unexpected. Or should we run from it? Cannot run. Oh, second phase, I got it. Now I can attack only his head. It'd be nice to see how many bullets do I have. My armor. In what? My gun, for example. So 5 more. Must count them. 2 more. Easy. So you don't need to grind at all. Parasite parts have evolved slow enemy, AC recharge. Kevlar West. When I will awaken, just tell me what you want, Eve. What do you want, Eve? Can I continue? It's time skip? Yeah, as I expected. We are live in front of Carnage Hall, which has become a scene of complete chaos. Will you auto continue? No, looks like I must press a button. Miss, you are the sole survivor of this horrible ordeal, correct? Until now, this combustion theory has been acknowledged only by occult enthusiasts. Please, just leave me alone. This incident happened to take place on Christmas Eve of all nights. I would like to represent the citizens of the city and interview you exclusively. Represent? I didn't choose you. Why? Why did you do this? Are you crazy? Jim, did you get this on tape? Scram about him. Daniel. Sorry I'm late, Tyler. Hiya, you okay? That was really something that happened back there. Yes, but my date... And from a call that your boyfriend ran out of there like a was. Sorry your date didn't go well. It's not like that. I had him escort me because he kept pestering me for a date. Yeah, but of all places, the opera? There's a story, huh? So, why the opera? Is it the in scene right now? It's not the ad in the paper, I don't know, just caught my eye. Don't tell me, you were on to this case. So, you finally got some cop instinct in you, huh? Instinct? Daniel, shouldn't you be with your son? It's Christmas Eve. He knows his dad is a cop? My boy understands. Anyway, to change the subject, I had things from people who were there. But this is one hell of an incident, huh? Mitochondria? Symbiosis? When was I in the hospital? Hey, you asleep? Oh well. Don't blame after what you've been through tonight. Asleep with open eyes. And she looks like a cloud here. Without there, just cloud. Nice map. It all started with this incident, 6 days that were to become a nightmare for all. People will eventually forget and go on with their lives. But I will never forget it. It was pure terror, but reflections are true here. but also 6 days filled with familiar memories. There was some other games that I played and reflections were, wait, I don't know how to say it. Usually reflection it's when one building stand on top of its own below, but in the game they actually reflected everything that was on the shoreline. So it's not a true reflection. Fusion, day two. So day two is when you can select the path to true ending, but it's not possible to use it right now until the new game plus or something. Extra game maybe. Of course I will save. And of course I'll play it twice, so it's not so many to replay. Just 1 hour checking everything. Okay, good. I still have 2 hours to play. I started too late today. Sadly. Hey, you okay? You ought to be resting. Wish I could, but I'm the only one who knows what happened last night. Sorry. I've been gathering some info on Melissa. She's got no relatives and no close friends. She was sick often always on some kind of medication. The people at the opera said they were amazed she could even stand on stage. Your apartment burned down right after the incident, so we have no info on her medication. So, what's this spontaneous combustion stuff all about? It wasn't exactly spontaneous. People were actually set on fire. Burner? Oh, come on, what? Like one of these ESP things? What is ESP? That's the best way to describe it for now. ESP, huh? Well, I'm not buying it. And this guy on the right is Nix. But if you're right, how are we supposed to deal with something like that? I believe you. After all, I am the only witness so far. But if you're gonna take on a suspect like that, you'll better ask Baker for a better sidearm. Who's Baker? Chief police? Chief of the police, yeah. I read your report. Still hard to believe, but we can't deny all those deaths. I'm going to go all out to solve this case. Make sure you're well equipped. Go down to the weapons department and give this permit to Torres. He'll help you out. Okay, so there we can sell all the stuff. Mod permit. To make a hard mod. Nice. That's what happens when you don't have tank controls in your game. Still didn't use my club. And why when you have tons and tons of ammunition? Come back later. And what about slow? The cheapest one. Come back anytime. No, she's running slower than moving her legs. Look at this. Like something like moonwalk. I don't know. It was like in Resident Evil Gun Survivor. But if you're right, how are we supposed to do? You say totally the same. And you say totally the same. What about you? I believe you. Oh! Keep saying the same. There's no need to talk to anyone. Many items. Sadly, there's no map. I get used to maps in Resident Evil. It's like Final Fantasy no map. Hey, what opens this door? Should be specific points to open something. Kathy? The weapons department? You didn't hit your head last time, did you? Just downstairs. In this case, I'll check every other door. Yeah, looks like it's adding me a total when we get a key item. Maybe. Inventory is full. But what about replacing? You can replace item here. At last, it's mine. What is yours? Oh yeah, you'll better put on your vest too, can't be too careful. This new vest, but critical will be lowered. Our defense will be +8 and energy. So it's kinda better than critical? I don't know. I like critical damage, but just +3. Against plus. Okay, this one. Let's see, +1, +1 and 2. So it's already modified. Something like this. Shields. I was always thinking for some reason that on the left are boss or something. Just shields. Okay, I must sell something first. Can I simply exit? Talk to me. Turning around like this. Eddie, what a case to have on Christmas, huh? Nice steamy music here. Second floor. Send it, exit. I think I'll be playing this whole week. If I finish before Saturday, maybe on Saturday I'll be playing this or boss, I'm not sure. Sorry, only authorized personnel are allowed to pass here. Transit personnel only, weapons department. Okay. Okay, now I don't quite understand why in the United States all the canals, like in Resident Evil here, are inside the building. Why not outside? So it's like a key to have pets inside the house? And not just inside, in the basement. It was in Resident Evil 2 in the basement, here it's in the basement. Really? It's like it's going on in the United States? Very strange. Talk to me. Talk. I love to just watch them. I always come here after my shift to relax. Revitalize your canine. Raptor. Premium police dog food. Can I read this? No. And kinda strange that in Parasite Eve they didn't use stun controls like Capcom. And here can exchange. Peace mod permit? Tool? What the heck is tool? Where's the music? Moves equipped parameter or effect. Okay. Replace medicine with medicine. Tons of ammunition. What about this small box? Hey, wait. They're good looking. Got the crap way. Quest stores. That badly? Who knows? So, what'll be? Shotgun? Rocket launcher? Is it reference to Resident Evil? Fine, yes, sir. Idiots like you are the reason why guns won't disappear from this country. Get your ass back to weapon storage. You're far from ready to be handling guns here. Okay, shush. What is his size? This eyes like they're outside of his body, and the left. Look at this in the middle. Oh, can't look at it. Oh my god. Doris, I need some equipment. For last night's case, it was quite a mess. But as long as cops rely on guns, criminals will too. It's a vicious cycle. Had to hand a weapon to a young cop like you. And I hear this isn't your ordinary crook. Guess I can't send you off empty-handed. Say you can't carry any more equipment. Wait, take some of your things and put them on storage. Yeah. You have something to say, officer? No, sir. So you wanna leave something here? Leave equipment, leave item? Like, yes? Can I leave medicine? How can I sell them? Is it more possible to sell? It's my storage, that's for sure. Like, I don't need keys. It's 100% yes. What permitted to use tools? What? Not sure. Let's do nothing right now. Here, this is the most powerful gun I can allow you to have. Attack 35, range is high, bullets 16. 16 bullets. Next two. So, what I read in the guide, I'll read it again, maybe I'm wrong. It's saying this about this multiplier. It's rate of fire. You can fire multiple rounds per command. Comes in 5 variants 2, 3, 5, 7, or 10 shots. The higher your rate of fire, the less damage you do per bullet. So it's not 35 attack, it's like 17 per bullet. So the less this rate, the better. Maybe I'm wrong. I simply don't know. Let's check some other guides, because this one may be wrong. So it's called rate of fire. Let's Google. Parasite. Come on, it's my P. Parasite Eve. Rate of fire. Rate of fire. I just finished. Okay, okay. 2 is good for a rifle until you get the multi-action effects. What? The highest total damage output is at T? The sign that leaves you standing in place longer and on a rifle that's just painful. The recoil time between each shot is just asking for punishment. What? Let's see, the damage bonus is highest for X10? Okay, okay. So less per bullet, but more in total. You have to have a very high base attack power compared to enemy defenses in order to see this. It's easy enough to test, so we don't know why this myth is so persistent. So X2, 53, 106, 126, what does mean? The higher your power and the weaker the target, the closer the damage per shot will be the true amount. So I don't understand what is better. What should I select? X2 or X10? The biggest factor is time. It's all about balancing your build against the circumstances. I wouldn't recommend using X effects on a rifle. Save the slots for things like burst and double action, it's kinda obvious. Rifles are slow and with effect like burst tranquilizers you can make okay. So okay, I see. Hmm. To summarize, it doesn't really matter what you do as long as you don't overload X effects on weak and slow weapons. And your plus parameters are growing steadily. Those plus parameters are far more important than any base weapon or collection of weapon effects. So the less X rate, the better? I still don't quite understand this. We need some more reliable resource. Let's read about it my some other resource. For example, on this question, what is the overall best fire rate for the machine gun? 2 or 3? 2 is 20% more damage, 3 is 26. 5 is 25, 7 is 26. So the less is better, but not 0, x2? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to even compare all this. Alright. Captain Becker already identified me. Show me your modification permit again. Let's show it. Which gun? Oh, you must use permit per gun? Next, let's see. See the fire. So this one, 35. 1760. No, seriously, the best guns that I have. So let's select this one. Oh, I can select Protector? Don't quite understand. Add slot. Ah, so I cannot add slot? No, I cannot add slot to anything. Okay, for example, I'll add slot to this gun. Or maybe I can select it later when I find some better weapon. Come back with a modification prevent if you need to tune up your equipment. Well, at least I understand how it's working. Don't tell Taurus, but you can use your tool to tune up your guns. You can rearrange equipment parameters and edit effects to tweak your equipment. I can show you some cool tune-up techniques. Where's the place where I can sell all this? Tune-up icon. Using the tool item, you can add or remove parameters and edit effects on your weapon or armor to create your customized equipment. If you remove an edit effect from a weapon or armor, the equipment will disappear. I don't understand what is equipment. It's customized equipment, so only effects. Or not. What will disappear? The whole gun? Number of added effects that you okay. You can increase the number of slots by getting your equipment modified at the your pets department weapons department. What equipment? The whole lot? You gotta trust me, you can never have too much firepower. Of course, can't use them without bullets, so you better make sure you always have your club. Just in case, you know? Now, why don't you leave the stuff you don't need with me? Discard junk? What are you talking about? You got no junk with you right now. So junk was key items. Like if I grab them. Kinda interesting. Discard junk. What is junk in this case? So it's better switch to debot right here. Debot is working much faster. So I'm not sure about the tools right now, like it moves the grid parameter flag, but have nothing. Let's put it here for now. What is the best gun in this game? Is there some kind of list of the guns of every single gun, how to obtain them? I'll definitely get them somewhere at the very end. So, Parasite Eve guns. Parasite Eve weapons. Let's see. In a stupid advertisement. It's any list. First time playthrough. Uh-huh. At day 5 you find some pistol dropped by T-Rex? There will be T-Rex here? Oh my god. There's tons and tons and tons and tons of guns. So pistols, rifles, machine guns, shotguns, every single one like 50 different variants, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. And then use weapons, what does it mean? This exists but not in game? Somewhere in the game files? Alright. So mod pyramids? No need right now. Tool? No need right now. Revive? I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have it. Or maybe not. Oh seriously, why do I need revive? I actually don't need anything. If I find a place where to sell them, I will simply sell them. If it's possible to sell better, so I can say, can be items? Not items, money in this game. Tune up weapon armor and distribute bonus points for the guns. Oh my god, it sounds all very complicated now. Not sure how it's working. So if we want to modify this gun, we'll select on one of them, and it adds. It will destroy this gun on the right, and we go to the left. What is super? Ah, some tools. Wait a second. Wait a second. Let's equip, first of all, the best gun here. And this is the best gun. Or not. I can select them here. My bad. So, this is the best gun that I have right now. So the rest I can simply store or maybe use next time. Rate of fire too. The best armor is this one. So if I do nothing with guns... Come on, I cannot use this stick. What's this? Wait a second, I cannot move it? Move. Here. But this is not movable. Move. No, it's movable. Okay. Would I need to store ammo? That was our range items. By attack, by range, or by bullets? By critical? Okay, can I... Wait a second. Tune up this weapon with something that is my... in storage, yes, it's possible. So I can simply store everything. Without any problem. Okay, now if I want to tune up my vest, we'll write the critical +2. I do understand how it's working. The problem only that this vest has 2 slots, even less, and this one has 4. Well, I will think about later. Same for bonuses. Right now, my inventory, yeah, maybe I forgot. We can wait for the next day and see what I will get. Wait, it's gonna continue up it immediately in my inventory? Okay. Turn it on. Now we can check all the chests that I didn't check before. Alright. There's too many stuff in this game. No, that was canon. Or maybe he will say something more because he actually moved its position. Let me check. No, he's saying totally the same. Yeah, I cannot go. Where was this? Oh, by the way, not look like an Resident Evil. Here transition is instant. Because even for PlayStation 2, there still was something. What are you doing here? Well, I'll check you later. Where was the storage here? Beast Auto. High def and strong against SA. What is SA? Medicine too. And you cannot replace it because in the future there'll be new items here. Maybe. What is auto? So P energy will be higher. But what is auto? Where to check that? Don't quite understand. Ah, here. Uses medicine when HP is low. It's kinda good. Well, critical will be high here. So it's good to move it. Well, I'll think about this in the future. Let's put it into the storage. In a sense that I must run somewhere pretty fast to use my storage. Store it, this one. Maybe it's better. Wait a second, so we will return here only the next day after some dungeon, right? So maybe it's better to create the best possible equipment from the very beginning. I don't really want to do it now. May I have this medicine? Maybe it's possible to sell it somewhere. Maybe it will change for what? Bonus points? How to sell some items? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not possible to sell. Well, it was the answer in the Google. So it's not me who is wrong. Let me try again. One more time. Oh, it is these junks that you can grind. Discard your junk, it has one use and only if you get 300 of them. Weapons and armors it depends. Not sure. I think it's not possible to sell anything, but maybe I'm wrong. You can't sell in this game, so someone was wrong. If you cannot sell, so what's the point to pick up in every single medicine? We don't know. If I don't use it, I will lose it. All in red. Hey there, you lost? Oh, Ben? Nanny. Why he looks like some old dwarf? Look at this. So this is Ben. Ben, this is I am. Now what are you doing here? Here. Tickets? Oh yeah, the concert. Sorry son, that is real busy today. I promise I'll make up for fine. Well, guess every kid needs a mother. That's not true. I was raised by my father too, after my mother died. I'll always be grateful for him. Yeah, well, his mother's still alive. So it was a divorce? And who are you now? You met Daniel's son, Ben? Daniel divorced his wife last year. This was before you were assigned here. He kept saying every boy needs a father. So he fought for Ben's custody with Lorraine, his ex-wife. Well, he won, but being a cop, I doubt if he has time to spend with him. Oh yeah, Captain Baker was looking for you. And Captain Baker is here. A new assignment? Sir. You were looking for me? Yes. We're having a press conference now, and I want you there too. Me? That's right, you'll be on national television, and the sole survivor of that incident. I see. But you only answer when I ask you. The media is just looking for anything to grill us about. They may even turn you into a suspect, so you let me do the talking, understood? Yes, sir. Okay, then let's go meet the press. Press. So, you're saying this could be the work of a terrorist? With the Opera Theatre Incident press conference. Something Baker? What? Dot Brer? Brer, it's your last name, but what is Dot? It's not Iron. Or maybe it's Iron, just low quality. That is what we currently speculate. How about accounts of officers and firemen at the scene bursting into flames? That was Ice Cubit. Another question. That was. That was. Come on, I can't even check it here. Another question. Then how did Detective Brer survive without so much as a minor burn? That is a result of your quick thinking and training as an officer. I'm asking her the question. She. She said that my mitochondria were a mutation. I. You mean mitochondria? Who said this? Melissa. No, she said she was Eve. But according to reports, Melissa Pierce was killed in the fire. Melissa did die. Her body had been taken over by this Eve. What's this Eve? Some kind of an alien? Well, please, she's very tired and we are still investigating. That will be all for today. Aya, why did you fail? Come on. I thought I told you not to say anything. And tell the truth, sir. That is not the point. Who's going to believe you? You only stir up the media and cause people to panic. To panic? Only stupid people panic. You don't need them. Sir, she was only telling the truth. By the way, it's better, much better to everyone evacuate from this city, or they will all die, isn't it? Obvious. Panic. Baker her. Who? What does he want? You cannot just simply tell people, go out. They will not listen to you and say, we have rights to stay in New York, even if it will kill us. Isn't it? It is. Well, put him through then. This is Captain Baker. What? Meets? You'll have to speak up. Yes. What? Yes, alright. Some Japanese scientists, I think, couldn't understand his English too well. English. He was roving about some meter something, saying he's coming over here. So actually, mitochondria, speech help us. Might or? Is it mitochondria? You mean that things in the cell that makes energy from oxygen? And thank you for the following. String trap or something. Might have heard about that in school. That's what Eve had said. That it's time for the mitochondria to be set free. Hey, I just read that some researchers at the museum wrote a new theory on them. Hello. Wait a second. Police is going to museum and reading stuff. Zero, I'm taking Aya to go talk to this researcher. Go, better get there before the media. It may explain that phone call too. Yes, sir. Come on, Aya. And so what? We're still here? And still saying the same. Should I save actually? Why not? What? I had a phone call. Did she call herself? I'll bring the car around, meet me in the front. I wonder what would it be if I tried to exit it immediately. Well, it's too late to check. What? I can select it like an persona? Oh no, in persona you can actually move around in the city. Why can I go to this holo game? What's the point? I can go and check it. But I doubt there will be something. Maybe the same reds? Oh, I can't even enter it. Tell you, my holidays are ruined because of this. They'd better give me extra vacation days for this. What are you doing here? He's huge, look at this. Gigantic. Saw you on TV, you're from the 70s precinct, aren't you? You're the one that survived. And hey, you can't just come Morgan in here, you aren't getting no special treatment. Yeah, not possible to enter. Where's the exit? It's very nice music here, in this place. So it's Hyde Park. Twin Towers still here? Oh yeah, this game is from '98. And they destroyed Chrysler building here. As I remember. It says the site is what? New Jersey? Yeah, let's go to museum. We're going to the Museum of Natural History. Dr. Hans Klum be there? Dr. Klum? What is his area of research? Well, according to the papers, he's working on a new theory. Mitochondria something, but it seems to cover the whole genetic spectrum. That's odd. To have a philosopher degree. What? And be working in a museum. What's PhD? Well, he's pretty antisocial and doesn't like to waste time outside research. Oh great, you're gonna have a grand time with this one. Yeah, I know where you're going with this. Just be careful this time, huh? Are you referring to the press conference? Yeah. Daniel, why do you kiss the chief's butt? You two joined the force at the same time, didn't you? Yeah, but that was years ago. Now he's my boss. So what? Is it Chacoba? Chocobo, maybe in English. American Museum of Natural History. No, seriously, it's Chocobo. I can't believe this. Will someday Square Enix decide to create Parasite Eve 4? So far, they're just 3 games, and nothing else. It's been a while since I've visited the museum. Dinosaur exhibits. Loved these things when I was a kid. Looks like it's closed today. How do you move there? Well, let's see what that security guard can do for us. Oh yes, no. November 1st, January 13th? Oh, that's why we'll be fighting T-Rex somewhere here. Hey there, how you doing? Doing okay, pretty cold day though. How about yourself? If it's pretty cold day, why are you not waiting ahead? We are saying New York and YPD. Why do I constantly want to say New York Police Department? We are looking for Dr. Clump. He works here, doesn't he? Sure does. As a matter of fact, he's up there in his room right now. It's a flashlight. Did he do something? Nah, we just wanna talk to him, that's all. Thank you, shouldn't take long. But it will take the whole day. No. This is pretty creepy without any people. You'll find him in the research lab. On the second floor. He's been pretty busy for the past few weeks, doesn't come out. Ever. Thanks. Let me check everything. What is this? Oh, by the way, could you sign in? It's policy. Let us keep track of who comes in. Thanks, I am. Sure, Daniel, you sure you don't want to run down here and do it yourself? All books on the counter, thanks. It's a safe. Okay, let's save. What? This sound I don't quite understand. Of course. Why he didn't use the elevator and do not enter? Just my name? Yep, that should be enough unless you want to leave your number too. Did you sign it? Just hope this place doesn't explode or anything one of these days, you know? What a strange message. Hey, Aya. Oh, here. Wait a second, let me check everything first. So, elevator is not working. they saving power something. What about this? Can't read it. Hey, it's open, let's check it out. Why is this sign on the door looks Japanese? Excuse me. Hello, hey. Dr. Clump. Is it the one from this dream? Dr. Clump. Hey. We are with NYPD. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Professor, we are looking for clues concerning the incident which occurred. Are you accusing me? Oh yeah, it's the same one. What's this again? What is this? So the two of them. This man. I know him, I think. What's wrong? Are you okay, Aya? Yeah? I'd like to ask you about the mitochondria research you've been doing. And YPD, huh? Why are you interested in my work? The suspect mentioned that the mitochondria would be set free. Now, do you? That suspect ignites people without laying a finger on them, then transformed into some kind of creature and run off. Since she mentioned mitochondria, we were hoping you could supply us with some info. Haha, you two have absolutely no idea what the true mitochondria is like. Do you? The mitochondria possessed its own unique genetic code. It's all? Are you saying it's a separate organism? Okay, my question is only what are they saying is true or not? Well, mitochondria is separate organism inside your body in every single cell. Precisely. Kind of like a parasite or something? Wait a second, parasite is someone who consumes you without giving anything back, but mitochondria essential. Parasite? That's an instance way of describing this most fascinating creature. We cannot live without mitochondria. Do you understand? The mitochondria creates energy for us. Without it, we are nothing. We are here because the mitochondria allows us to be here. Our brain, for example. The brain functions due to the interaction between axons and dendrites. This interaction is possible due to the energy the mitochondria provides. Did you know the mitochondria is capable of discharging 200,000 volts of electricity? Oh yeah, I just recalled. After playing the second game, I was in school of course, there was a biological test that you must pass. Well, regular test. Like in every single school, happening every single month. And I use data that I had in the game, what is metabolism and other stuff. And of course all this was wrong. Well, this not only pertains to electrical discharge but also applied to heat energy as well. Heat? Then the combustions from last nightmare? For a human to burn and melt, 1600 degrees of heat must be generated. There are several hundred mitochondria present within a single cell. If all the mitochondria in the body began functioning at the same time, a tremendous amount of energy would be generated and released. But why only their skin was burned here? They must melt all at the same time. Melting a human into a puddle of fluid would be a simple task with so much energy. So you're saying that the mitochondria ignited these people? Maybe she controlled them to actually burn, not melt at the beginning. Professor, you may be right in that we need the mitochondria to live, but in the end, it's just using them for energy, right? You have no idea. The mitochondria has control over an organism's growth. Take this hand, for example. Before we are born, the hand is merely a glob of flesh. But when cells between the fingers deteriorate, that's when the fingers first form. When the cells which make up the body are needed anymore, it receives a signal to die. This signal is initiated by the mitochondria. When it's relayed, the genetic information in the nucleus is cut off and, in essence, dies. The same can be said for aging. The mitochondria mutates 10 times faster than cells. Of course, this also applies to mutant forms of mitochondria as well. When too many mutant mitochondria multiply, energy production level decreases. The decrease in energy production is associated with the aging process. So, are you still stupid enough to say that we are the higher species? You're not saying that mitochondria is doing all this consciously, right? When I said that the mitochondria could mutate 10 times faster than normal cells, I also meant that they could evolve at a rate 10 times faster. Since the beginning of creation, the mitochondria has been evolving at this rate. It's no surprise if they possess a power beyond our cognition. No surprise at all. Let me tell you something. There was a scientist who tried to determine the mutation rate of the mitochondria. With this, the scientist wanted to establish a connection with human ancestry. In 1987, it was announced that the root of all humans can be traced to a single woman in Africa. This finding was announced around the world. And with this, the mitochondrial theory spread like wildfire. You know what they call the root of it all? Mitochondria Eve. Splendid name, just incredible. Eve? The suspect in yesterday's case called herself Eve. What? Hey, if you know anything, you better not be holding back on us. She called herself Eve? Sorry, but I've told you what I know. I like to return to my studies now. I believe you know the way out. Hey, you better explain what the hell is going on here. You know, forget it. Let's just go. Damn it. And that was all. It's night already. As I said, I spent here the whole day. So we're going to New Police Department? There's no need to go to the hall. Well, I can go and check it one more time. Just for fun. I can go to the museum just for fun. But I think our destination is Police Department. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Let's check the museum one more time. Wait a second, she's running here holding the gun in her hand. No, it's definitely Chocobo, it's not dinosaur. Yeah. Different backgrounds. And obviously it's closed. Can't even use the door. Well, let's go back. What's in the middle? Headless horse or what? What a speed! Look at this! What the hell is wrong with this guy? I can't stand him. No, seriously, what the heck? Is it Millennium Eagle? What was the name of this shit? That man, I've seen him before, but I can't remember where. It's Daniel, what? Okay, we'll be right there. Oh yeah, looks like we got a break in the case. What? We gotta get back to the station. Oh yeah, hang on. I'm kicking this into turbo. You're already in the turbo. And he was changing the shift, but actually there's no transmission change. Stick on the right. Alright. So what just happened? I remember that we must go to the zoo or something. Tell me. Hey Aya, any news on the case? Hope you back this creep soon. I had to bump into him on the street. Hello, Sandbutter. Set Butter, item. So what's going on here? The whole place is going nuts. Wonder what's happened. It's going pretty well? Super well. Just playing Parasite Eve. And next I will think will be Sweet Home. And after this I will continue Resident Evil games. Well, Sweet Home actually is part of Resident Evil. Let's go, folks. What? It was so fast. What do you say? We are starting the meeting. Let's go. Never heard of Sweet Home? Wait a second. Oh, this game. This is the famous game from Square Enix with new controls, not thumb controls like in Resident Evil. Well, the second Parasite Eve is much closer to Resident Evil. It's like clone, but this one is unique. And Sweet Home is a game created for Famicom or NES in America, based on the book and no, based on the movie. I'm not sure about the book. Parasite Eve, obviously, there's a book and movie. And after this, the creator of Sweet Home decided to create a 3D remake for PlayStation 1 called Biohazard. Yes, they were developing it like 3D remake for the first year and next Switch. So he was director of Sweet Home and executive producer for Resident Evil. So actually it's 3D remake. And yeah, if you check through elements like every single characters, has two characters only, have their own unique item, same as Sweet Home, and it's mansion, puzzles, zombies, and other stuff. Yeah, I think we talk about it. Don't quite remember. I am talking about it too much. That's why I decided to play it. I didn't play it myself before at all. So to cover it, I must play it myself. I think 2 streams will be enough to finish it. Well, who knows? So I know only the information, but not how to play it, gameplay, any puzzles, no idea. Right, Melissa's solo concert was scheduled for the day. She had disappeared after last night's incident and the concert was cancelled. But people are still gathering at the stage. We must not let another massacre happen again. So I think I'll spend on this game something like 5 streams. Maybe. And on Saturday I must play, maybe not this Saturday, Desert Bus, because it was requested. It's 8 hours game. When you're sitting in front of monitor pressing one single button again and again non-stop, and if you failed, you'll start from the very beginning. I don't recommend it, but it was requested, so I must play it. Alright, the concert is at the Central Park Amphitheater. Central Park? What is it, Daniel? Ben Lorraine. They're at the concert. What? Daniel, Screw you, Baker. My son's in danger. Daniel. Ah, yeah. What? Watch his back. Yes, sir. I got another mod permit? I don't think that I will use them. Till maybe the last day. Well, first of all, it's better to store it. Where's the stairs? No, first of all, we'll go down. Open up. When are you gonna let me tune out the guns? I didn't ask to be assigned here to watch all the warehouse all day, you know? As long as you see guns as toys, you'll never touch them. Hey, I know I can make a stronger gun. Stronger guns than you. Guns aren't supposed to be stronger, you numbskull. They're supposed to be safer. Fine. You geezer. What? Run animation. She's moving her legs faster than she's running. It's definitely like this. First of all, I want to throw it. I can turn that gun in a cannon easier. When I leave something here, of course. But not this. Store item. What is this junk? I didn't get it. What about medicine? Let's left it. Bam, ice. Well, it's Christmas Eve here. That's why this game called Parasite Eve. Because it's Christmas Eve. And we'll end at the New Year, maybe. So tell me something. Any news? No. His movement also very strange. What about him? Okay. Strange says there's no voiceover in this game. Right, what the hell does Melissa, no, Eve, want from us? Yeah, it looks like she wants to gather people in one big area. Damn, that Sin's got my boy vote. She's gonna pay for this. Let's hurry. Just hang in there, man. I'm coming for you. Wait a second, it's 3D Central Park. Look like. Well, Daniel, stop. Wait a second. If it's dangerous here, they all already melted, or maybe they didn't go there. Right, I got to get my boy, Rocky. Yeah, you kinda go there. Sometimes you got to look before you leap, old-timer. Boomer. I don't care if I burn. I'll go. When's my son? He's the only family I've got. Damn it, I can't do anything. Leave it to me. Well, but... I'll get them out safe, I promise. Besides, Ben needs you. You won't do him any good if you're dead. Alright, I'm counting on you, I know. Where's the music? Don't worry, I'll find him, I won't come back until I do. Is it? It's weird that there's no map. Like, I cannot check where can I go or not. And it's save point right here. He will save. Is there anything inside? So police already arrived here and died. Who plays storages here? Boxes. Disturbs them at snake? At winter? Actually, it takes a lot of time to shoot. How's it a miss? Suddenly they're moving while I'm trying to shoot. Wait a second, but after the fight I see that she's holding the regular gun. Pistol, handgun. It's kinda strange that I need to use the menu to reload. Is the Central Park really like this? I have no idea. Central Park Zoo? I really need to go to this Central Park and check myself. Maybe the night as it was different? M9? Is it already better than my gun? No, but it has more slots. I'll just move some ammunition from it. I can't go this way. Cross. Let's get this. Jump. So I must collect 300 of this junk. But they're not stackable. They're not stackable. Oh my god. So if I want to collect 300, I must go back to the police station, but how can I do this? I cannot go back until I find Ben. Isn't it? Oh, I'm moving through today. Okay, another phone. Open up. Seriously, you must use door handle here, not just door. Uzuki. That's fine. What is this? Well, it's definitely better. Light and very durable armor. Eve was here. Well, it's kinda obvious. Even without this one. By the way, it didn't crash my inventory. No, it's better to use one single bullet, maybe. And what the heck is this? Human? Oh, it's monkey! What the heck? It's boomerang! Oh, he was throwing banana? I don't know. It's very strange. Why is there no separate reload button? He already wants them up. And what is this? No, seriously, what is this? I need healing. Can it poison me? Maybe. I think poison exists in this game. Oh my god, I need healing. No, I still can go, sir. It's kind of dangerous here. Maybe it's better to save. I didn't want to open it and I didn't want to go back. Come on, By the way, it's already 10:28. Time is flying super fast with such games. What did I learn? The thought, so poison exists. I see now it's pretty well. But it didn't say that I use blue key. Snakes might be poison. There are many types of rainforest snakes. Some are poisonous, but most are not. The giant worms of South America are very important to the rainforest ecosystem. Look for the brown monkey of our many playful rainforest friends. Already saw it. Cure poison, I think. And prevents poison. Defense +1. And there's no space in my inventory. So can I go back to the police and store the item? So it's not possible. Well, I want to check it out. Maybe Zuki is still new. But all the subgrades not. And why are we going to this stage? Through that zoo? What's inside the zoo? Simply don't? No. Is it warm? Maybe it's poisonous snake? What's supposed to do with this medicine? Well, the game does not expect that I will go back. Only forward, I think. But I will try to leave it here. Oh, what are you doing here? And what is this? They went up in flames. What's going on in there? What? Harry rushed in bed without listening to Daniel and Harry is dead? So it's Harry? Oh my god. It's kind of very strange. Oh, it's possible to leave? That's good. That's very good. Said that this storage is pretty far from the entrance. A lot of loading screens. Okay, 30 more minutes, and I'll better start tomorrow earlier. Well, at least I will try. This car junk. Let me take your junk. It's actually really good for parts. Alright, store item. Switch to depot. Don't need medicine at all. Same for tool. Possible to, I don't know, sell it somehow. Okay, let's left maybe this. Equipment. So I definitely don't need this M9. Let's reload and move it. No need in this vest. What? Ah, I see now how it's working. So there's some kind of maximum amount of armor, maybe 999 or something like this. Okay, cancel. Turn it on back. Check inventory. Everything is good, I think. No, this dungeon must be finished. I'm also sure that I will miss several rooms, several stuff. What the heck is this again? Well, critical hits are good. Doesn't level up. Wait a second, my parameters. Well, I'm not raised. Wait a second. And if you finish the fight without getting damage, you'll get bonus points. No monkeys? Good. Another chest. Why did it still damage me, or was it a burn? What is he? What wheels they give me for the junk? Okay, to the left or to the right? No, I was on the right already, I think, but let me check. Yeah, I was here. Not this again. Why is this no HP bar? Just numbers. This level is too fast. Well, it's not real RPG. Oh, I have heal too now. Ah, it's not saying how many I'll use it, it's saying how many I will left after I use it. So it's kinda cheap. I was wrong. Left or right? Junk. But collecting 300, it's too much. I think I'll use this Zuki, maybe it's there. All of the animals have escaped? But I want to check what is on the right. Is this line really exists in real life? In New York? Somebody walked here. Oh yeah. But I cannot walk here. Just 6? Was it too far? I'm poisoned! Oh really? Why do you need medicine if you can use PE? It's not any problem. Its restoration time is super fast. No, seriously, what will happen if I collect 300 junk? Let me go. Just copyright claim was removed. Okay, okay, Parasite Eve. Junk. What will be the reward? Junk. This supposedly useless item is actually one of the most useful items in the game, in the right quantities. I'm sure you noticed the discover junk options while talking to Wayne. If during the course of your adventure you give Wayne 300 pieces of junk, he'll use his hammer like technical aptitude to turn all that worthless crap into one of the game's ultimate guns. And either have him create a specific type of gun, or you can leave him to his own devices and have him create something for you at random. Wait a second. There are not many places in the game where you can get junk. In fact, only 4 enemies have a chance of dropping it. First there's a bird found in Central Park, and floors 2 through 10 in the Chrysler's building. Well, in the New Game Plus. These birds are yet best bet since they have a high chance of dropping it and appear in packs. The frogs in Chinatown stores can drop junk, but they don't drop it often enough, nor do they appear often enough to make it worthwhile. It's the same with the lizards in the museum. Finally, Crystal Building slimes found on floors 61 up and up drop junk just as often as birds do, but they're much tougher. Oh my god, 300 pieces of junk in this park. Don't really want to use it. You can get super junk and duper junk. Super duper. Buy it from work? I was thinking how to collect 300 junk, and I don't really want to spend my time on this. So it's possible to get nothing from him as well, even if you collect 300. Pistol, shotgun, machine gun, rifle, grenade launcher, rocket launcher, or leave it to Wayne, and Wayne can generate 6 different guns. 2 of them are nothing. 4 are good, like AK-47, PPA-S? Wait a second, it's a gun from James Bond. The best one may be rocket launcher. No, it can't be. So I don't think that I will be able to collect them all. It could be funny to do this, but this will make this game too easy maybe. Especially for New Game Plus. In New Game Plus, on Castle building, if it's still possible to save on this building, I will grind it, but in first playthrough I don't think it's needed. Wait a second, I was here? I think I was here. Or not? I definitely was here, but I was thinking this is dead end? But it's not a dead end. Wow. I was wrong. Did I miss something else? Oh wait a second, there's some kind of door, but I cannot open it? Why? No idea what it is. So, T-Drop, have you ever been in New York? Can you confirm that this Central Park is the same as New York one? Or maybe just game designer imagination of how it should look like? I don't know. What? It's blocking the road. Nice. So we arrived. This might be the boss battle and I didn't save. There must be another save somewhere. You can't even go there. No, my question was, is this Central Park the same as real Central Park? Or totally different? Backstage. Cannot enter it. No, I mean, I thought, actually thinking that I was here, but I didn't pay really attention. Wait a second, humans still here? Nice. Oh yeah, by the way, this game was developed by California studio of Square Enix. It was Square EA, Electronic Arts. So maybe they use this perk? The holiday season brings joy to us all. And this Christmas will be the most special of all. Special because I will no longer be under control of a host. And I have seen the dawn of time. Humans are big mitochondria, can self-evolve. Mitochondria must now take all the nucleus. Is it still possible to go and save? Looks like not. Nice. They seem fine. Have to get backstage and stop here. So it's still possible to save. But save was pretty far from here. Well, I don't have revive. Should be a hard battle. Shouldn't be. Is there any continuous? No, there must be a phone on backstage. Or not. Why? Why are you doing this? You again? But you're too late! You will not ruin my plans, as you did last night. Stop! No boss battle? Strange. Let me check what is on the right first. Nothing. Now where? Let me check one more time the stage. Humans disappeared. Yeah. And music has changed. Well, definitely there must be another save. Can I go to the left? I can. In this case, what was on the right? Okay, if this girl is here, so we can check what is on the right. I see nothing. No, there was something. Revive. Okay, that's good. Any other boxes? Yes. Ammunition. And safe is here. And bottle. It's a bear. What, he will be just standing here? Too easy. And again, there's tons of ammunition, tons of healing. Like I'm playing another Resident Evil. Okay, she went down. This means I must go to the left. And of course there's nothing here. it doesn't matter which way we'll select. Hey, how's supposed to go down there? Looks like I cannot walk over the snow. You can hit both of them? Or is really... No. Damaged me. There's tons of junk from these birds. Full inventory. Nice. Okay, I want to check what was on the right side. Here. Come on! Yeah, of course you can go there. Good. So it's better to grab junk instead of medicine? Okay. Pockets to carry more items? One pocket? Okay, it will rise P energy, but lowers defense by 3. Increase item capacity by 1? I don't even know what is better. The energy in one item, maybe. To collect more junk. There was another box. No, I actually doubt that in the park can be such dead ends. Impossible. But I'm really thinking that I must go back and store all this junk. Inventory is full, what can I do? And despite that it's already 11 PM, I seriously want to check the boss fight. So can I really quick go back to the police station, store all the items, and return? Should be possible. More fights. So if I want to skip this one, look at all this junk. No, definitely need more slots. The question is, can you get... Will be all this junk transferred to the new game plus? Or maybe I should store it in my inventory, something like this. But I simply don't know. Also, if I collect 300 and get this super duper junk, I can only throw away. It will be a superset. So maybe it's better not to collect it at all, because I doubt that I'll collect enough. Seriously, I doubt. Why so silent? Discard. Each one? Okay, store item. So, do I need Zuki? She didn't even say that she opened something with it. So I don't know. Store equipment. Let's store this one. Actually, okay, one single revive. Let's leave this Zuki and check it later. Now it's time to finish this dungeon. I'm not going back to store any junk. It's 11, 12 already. Really time to sleep. I'll save here. Despite that it's very late. So actually I'll open that zoo. Yes. So zoo key is not needed. Am I right? Oh, am I right? Not this one. Wait a second, where was the entrance? On the right? There? So, I believe this door was locked. Despite that they were saying that there's a zoo here, I didn't see any cage, only animals. Strange. I did open this one, no? I think I opened it. Yeah. Five junk, maybe? Yeah, this place is definitely the best for farming this junk, but seriously don't want to farm it. No, it's this one. Parasite powers have evolved to barrier? Use PE to absorb damage? How's it working? So you'll cast barrier? So it will be like Final Fantasy barrier? Or what? I don't know. Okay, new location. And let's fight. What? You can be damaged by just touching it? What essence left? Nothing. Well, the question is, inside or upstairs? Doesn't matter. What the heck is this? Is it an animal? Don't quite understand what this is. Well, there's no items, as I can see. And if I go down there... boxes. Crisis critical evasion? What? Critical evasion? I thought that critical here just raising my critical attack, not critical evasion. You seriously want to tell that it's not attack, but only evasion? I don't quite understand. Let me Google. Critical weight. Critical. Critical evasion rate? Seriously? Wow. I didn't know. I didn't know. Alright. No, don't drop it. There was something else left. No. And save. Battle. Okay. Of course we'll save. Well, according to the game time, I'm playing just 3 hours. But no, I'm playing much longer. It's not counting load, so... else. It's boss battle now. Ah, worms. Rainforest worms. It's the wrong one. Didn't want to attack this one. What the f... Okay, it's this one. Like I'm playing, I don't know, some shmup. Virtue Project. What was its name? Something heal, I think. They use barrier as well. Still damaged me. Stupid reloads. Well, but it's good that AT timer still counting. I don't know how to avoid this. I get healing again. What? It's next pattern. Oh my god. It's consist. But I use this. So it's better attack it after his attack. No way! It's pretty far. What's wrong? There you go. I will die. Well, I have one revive, but it's not enough. Of course it's miss. This will definitely kill me. Wait, don't kill. That's very horrible boss fight. Didn't expect this. Done? When you think that you're done, it's actually the end of the fight. Defense, nice. Problem is, if I want to heal, I must raise my PE by actually fighting somebody. Let me save. Might be another boss. It's 11:30 already. Oh, gosh, very late. So maybe I go to sleep, but I really want to check what will be here. Maybe there will be tons of text for 30 minutes. Should I end the stream right now? No. Let's just check the next screen. Castlevania? Seriously? Your Jones are stronger than I thought. Come my dear, let's go for a ride. If we die here, we'll continue tomorrow. What? Seriously, you're going to ride it? Wow. So it will be like in Castlevania. Why? Why be on the human side? Why not? I'm a human. Why are you going with them and not me? What? It's a fight, and I'm not healed here. While I have revived. I think I will lose this one. Especially they don't know how to avoid it. No targets. Like this. Oh, how to avoid this attack? I was able to avoid it last time, not this. Well, it was revived. It's not full HP. Oh my god. Why can't I avoid this one? Oh, it actually was my barrier, which worked. No. Game over. No, I want to fight it one more time. First game over. Well, of course I can return back, grab all the medicines that I stored in my storage. Upgrade my ammunition as well. But I don't want to. I think even on default it's possible to finish. One more time. Maybe I will restore my health in some other fight. To do this, we must go to the left. And trigger some fight. Maybe there on top. Must kill two of them and next heal. Hope I will not die. Don't want to use this revive. So let's wait. Also, it's better to have full P. Wait a second. Now it's full. And restore B, maybe it's better to fight. Energy shot? Channel energy into bullet? What? And so what? Well, I must restore P. This means there must be another fight. Can I trigger it by going down and up? You can't do this. Like, place I must find some other location, let's see. No, you must go further. P should be maximum, same for HP. Well, it's kinda obvious. Must be able to do this. Where's the fight? What's going on? I remember there was it. What about here? Still no? What's going on? Maybe my level is high enough? Okay, let's go back. It will be a barrel. I think he'll get damage here. Instead of restoring P. Well, I got it. But I'm still at P, it's not much. Actually, can do this. What? You still damaged here. Don't like this at all. It's your fault. Okay, I'm good. I'm ready for the boss fight. Yeah, no fight here. I'm getting damage. Damage again. What's going on? Why is this fox still here? Okay, safe and let's go. Seriously, there's two boss fights, one after another. Well, at least we can save. By the way, as I know, the official maximum level 38. Well, technically it's 99, but to reach level 38 takes a lot of experience points, and for 39 and so on, like less, not more. So after 38 you can easily get 99. Maybe it's good for Crystal Bell then. Something. This I did read already. What is this horse? Its FPS is low. Oh, it's not possible to skip the cutscene, isn't it? I will try, of course. No, I cannot skip it. Maybe there's some button combination. Where is it? I said that, thought that you had a black hair. No. Maybe it was changed. Should I start from burial? Maybe not. I'll use it for healing. Somehow I avoid this damage. Why am I avoiding damage now? It's very strange. Why this time this fight was super easy? Oh, second phase? It seems you still don't know who I am. I'm you. Well, if you don't know, you made a hard reveal. That's why you were drawn to the opera. What are you talking about? Here, let me explain directly. Stop it. If you join forces, all of the other mitochondria in the world will stop. Restarted. Alright, so boss fight is done and this time it was super easy. No damage at all. How's it possible? No boss empty? Definitely there's two girls. It's kinda obvious. Aya, answer me. She's pretty far from here. Daddy, as I thought. Ben, aren't you going to the concert? I came here with Mom, but she was all worried. What do you mean, man? I came with Mom so that three of us could be together. So that's why you came to get me? Mom went to the stage, but she freaked out. Why she went to the stage? What do you mean, Mom freaked out? Did she die? I got near the stage and started to feel sick. I wanted to go home. Mom wasn't herself, that She left and everyone else went too. But they still were people. Lorraine. Wait a second, she died? I didn't get it from the words. She went where? Freaked out. Casualties were much worse this time. We cannot put the lives of citizens in jeopardy any longer. We have orders to evacuate all citizens out of Manhattan. Fortunately, most people are out of the city for Christmas. What? You out from the big city for Christmas? When usually people actually arrived to the big cities for Christmas. Well, in Europe. Looks like it's different in America. What do we do, sir? He'll stay and assist in neutralizing Eve. Should we leave it to the army? We are the ones that are supposed to be protecting the city. Any word from Aya? Damn it. Where could she be? Daniel, I need you to help evacuate the citizens. She's our only hope against this sin now. I'm going to go look for her. Shouldn't we stop him, sir? He's lost Lorraine. Oh, so she's dead now. He'll find Aya. You two help with the evacuation. Daddy. Ben, I'm sorry. I have to go find Aya. Where'd she go? I don't know, but she's the only one that can find the things that hurt your mommy. Kath, look after the kid, will I? I will, don't worry. Daddy. Come on, sport. You like dogs? I'll introduce you to the best police dog in town. Wait a second, so police dogs will turn to the monsters. Next attack will be on this police department. I think. There's only one dog left. Why? Can I show this boy the dog? Sure, let me open the fence. Hey, you got a visitor. What? This is Shiva? Reference to Final Fantasy. Hey, I think she likes you. Yeah, hey, it tickles. How did you stop this one? Oh, nice. Charge. You can see the number on top of the bus? How many times do I gotta tell you? You block this off. Oh, this Japanese guy. Main characters maybe of the book? I don't know. You won't even find a cat on the street. I told you, I already contacted the police about this matter. What? Um, I'm not getting anywhere with my English. I know, it was good for me. Hey, Chinese? No, I'm Japanese. Nanda, Nihonjin desu ka? What? Nani? Nihonjin desu ka? Oh yes, can you speak Japanese? Choto dakane. Nare desu ka? I'm Hareha Maeda. Oh, Japanese, huh? Hey, if you can't speak the language, go back to your country. What the heck? It's racism. Calm down, take it easy, man. It's bad for your heart. I'm getting. I'm hot, help! I think you all must run away, and him as well. I guess it's now or never. Spontaneous human combustion. I believe that's correct. So he's Maeda. Maeda. If I saw it's at least hiragana, I would better understand how to pronounce it correctly. Ah, it was Maeda Ai, the singer, in some of the Digimon seasons. Where? Actually, they pronounce it Digimons like Digimons. Strangely. Maybe not all of them, but I heard it a lot. Hospital? Why is it red? Also, it was Christmas Eve as I can see. Maybe New Year Eve. How did you find here? And where are my experience points for the fight? Did I miss it? Oh, you finally awake. Wait, how did you find this scene? Who are you? I'm Kunihiko Maeda. I am a scientist from Japan. He found you. No, I see. It's almost midnight, my god! Time. Daniel, must save and raid somebody. There's no one out there but cops. It's a ghost town. Never seen anything like it. It's pretty creepy, if you ask me. Let's see if what happened to the people in Central Park. Ben was okay, but the rest of the audience, well, they just disappeared. Disappeared? You mean they went ignited? They all melted into slime and became one big mass. That's something new. Nothing like that happened in Japan. Wait a second, maybe the book is about Japan and Parasite Eve here it's continuous of the story? Japan? If yes, I must read this book. Similar incident occurred several years ago in Japan. Looks like. Also, it wasn't as grandiose in scale as this one. What? Hey, give us the details! No, I really want to read this. It all started when a scientist's wife was involved in a car accident. The scientist tried to culture her liver cells in order to keep her alive. The scientist named those cells Eve. Eve? The liver cells multiplied and her mitochondria eventually took over her physical body. After acquiring the scientist's Eve tried to give birth to an ultimate being. Ultimate being? What kind of being? She, the being who mutated from the liver cells, couldn't maintain her body for long. By the way, before the car accident occurred, the wife had registered to have her organs donated. So after the accident, her kidneys were transplanted into a young girl, and Eve implanted a fertilized egg in the young girl who gave birth to an ultimate being, Tyrant. I was extremely interested in this and went to his lab so that I could continue research. After hearing about this incident, I had to fly over here. What the hell is going on here? I wish I could explain more. Hiya. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I thought that monster had gotten a hold of you, so that was too late. When I felt Eve, something inside of me felt like it was being... You felt you were about to be ignited, correct? No, she's... Well, she's the only one that isn't affected. What? I don't understand. I think I may be a monster like you. What? What are you saying, Aya? I don't know. What if I end up killing you? Oh, shut up. He knows it's not. Please, Daniel, I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Please go away. Just stay away from me. Aya. Please. Let me open this box. It's alright. Yes, I understand your point. Hey, where do you think you are going? So slow. Even if I am a monster, I don't ever want to kill you, Daniel. Please. I could never forgive myself if I killed you. We need some inspired speech. I am. You're no monster. You're my best partner, I am, Raya. I'll be by your side, always, Aya. Is that was all? Okay, let's check the box and save. I want to move, come on. I still cannot move. When I touched Eve, actually Eve touched you. That feeling, was it Maya? If Maya died in the car crash with Smano. No, it's just can't be. Interesting. Day 3, selection. Wait a second, this game is very short. It's already day 3 out of 6. I can save right now and think it will be good to not continue, maybe. Just need some background music. Why is there no music? So, what is this place anyway? I want to end the stream, but there's no background music to stop it. Still no background music. I sit in the snow. That was a long night. Sleep well? You were here all night? I told you to go away. Who died, you know? That is the music. This means I can just stop right there. And I can read everything else tomorrow. Let's see, who's still online at this time? Like, nobody. Okay, is there anyone who playing this game for the first time in their life? Yeah, there are several channels, but it's speedruns. And wait a second, there's just 2 channels, me and speedrun. Oh my god. Yeah. Popular games usually something online. Hmm. This Mr. Silly online, let me write him. Didn't notice it. Next time I'll find some new channel. This time him. So, thank you for stopping by, said Panda, Nighty, Seedrop, and Spark. So, this game is kinda good for chilling because there's like no intense battles, etc. Even boss battles are super easy. Obviously I'll get that too, and then so this means I will be playing it second time, and on day 2 there will be different paths. So everything, all the second half of this team will not happen. And that's all for the day. Good night and see you.